call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Brad Langdon at 3446 Tabor Station Road. My wife and I have a farm that the road divides from just west of I-81 and intersects with Arden Oval Road. About 2 years ago, I presented concerns about large trucks and traffic on our curb degrading our property. And I was concerned with the development of P&G that would increase. Well, traffic has increased, and now with the construction of I-81 and backups and accidents on that, Tabor Station Road is a regular feeder road for bypassing accidents and so forth. And the signs from 81 to our area say the road is not suitable for large trucks. But when you get two 60, 80-foot trucks passing each other on our curb, it's really bad. And it's going to continue as long as 81 is being expanded. And I expect that with the expansion of our county, that road is going to continue to be heavily used. We're really concerned that we're going to lose property. And we would really like to know, Jim Barnhart, you were the liaison to the Department of Transportation?
MPO.
Well, I'm the chairman of the MPO, and he is on the MPO, yes.
Okay, well, we would really like to see the Department of Transportation encouraged to make road improvements there, require even 50 feet more land or 34 feet more land on the north side of the highway.
Do you know the width of the right of way there?
Yeah, it's
30 feet or?
it's 15 feet or 30 feet. 30 feet from
Oh, yeah, because like
15 from center.
11's a turnpike, which means it's 60 feet. Yeah.
Right. The current right of way is like 30 feet.
So exactly, this corner is Norville, the one there by the stone, the memorial sign?
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
it's just east of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the S curve.
That's what I'm
kind of.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah, that sharp curve.
Right,
I approached the highway department 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, and they concerning accidents and so forth, and they put up directional signs, which has really helped reduce the number of accidents there. It hasn't eliminated it, but it's really helped people slow down, but it hasn't done anything about the width of the road. And we're really concerned about that. It's just a matter of time till we lose our fence.
Well, actually,
Again,
Yeah, right.
I've seen it on a couple times.
actually, the intersection and the S curve is an issue.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
It's a T, right into
Yeah.
there.
But leading up to it is
Yeah,
pretty bad.
that's the curve right,
Yeah.
like this, yeah.
But I appreciate your attention to that on behalf of Mary Ruth and I. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Langdon, Langdon. You're welcome.
Any other items from the public?
All
You're the public today. Didn't recognize your hair color's different
Do it all the time.
every time. I mean, it's amazing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you guys had a wonderful holiday and a happy new year so far. I'm here today. I have pretty much finished my portion of our training with our new hires. They're actually into their next phase now, learning more about the CAD and how it interfaces with what I taught them and the mapping. They've got probably about another week, and then they'll phase that out, and then they'll actually go OJT. So,
We're still on ours too, by the way.
yes. So with the holidays, when the holidays were coming to an end, before I left them, they came up with a song, the 12 Days of Christmas. However, they took what they learned in class and replaced the 12 days of Christmas with the 12 days of, or the 12 weeks of training.
Okay.
So with that being said, they would like to perform that for you this morning.
That'd be great.
This is their final phase of training, right, Paula?
It is.
Is this their final exam?
This is their final exam, yes.
Oh, well, that's the case.
And the good thing about that is it brings fun into the workplace, you know?
Yes,
My question is Philip gonna move off on top?
absolutely, absolutely. we understand that that's a skill of his,
I-
and,
you know, that's the word on the street.
yes, he's gonna exhibit that skill, yes.
Okay, well, we're expecting it, Phil.
Okay, so, since Miss Cackley can't be here today, she did ask if I would video this for her.
Okay.
You're live streaming, so you're on the World Wide Web.
Okay.
Yeah, if they want
sounds
to turn
good.
around and face the audience, they'll be seen.
Actually,
This, okay,
They'll be seen on TV and on the web.
See how many hits we can get out of this.
Yeah, where's Chad at? You ready, Paula? Tell me when you're ready, Paula.
On the first week of training, Paula gave to me a badge to identify me. On the second week of training, Paula gave to me 2 zones dividing and a badge to identify me. On the third week of training, Paula gave to me 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing and a badge to identify me. On the fourth week of training, Paula gave to me 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 5th week of training, Paula gave to me 5 days a week, 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 6th week of training, Paula gave to me 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 7th week of training, Paula gave to me 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 8th week of training, Paula gave to me 8-hour shifts, 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 9th week of training, Paula gave to me 9 highway exits, 8-hour shifts, 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 10th week of training, Paula gave to me 10 fingers writing, 9 highway exits, 8-hour shifts, 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 11th week of training, Paula gave to me 11 weeks of weaving, 10 fingers writing, 9 highway exits, 8-hour shifts, 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me. On the 12th week of training, Paula gave to me 12 main routes, 11 weeks of weaving, 10 fingers writing, 9 highway exits, 8-hour shifts, 7 holy roads, 6 star students, 5 days a week. 4 surrounding counties, 3 disciplines, 2 zones dividing, and a badge to identify me.
Well, it sounds like a good group. Huh?
Little
yes,
attitude.
I was like, oh, we got some side talent here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, at least they're gonna have fun, sounds like.
Yes, yes.
So it's good.
Philip, your moonwalk.
we don't want to aggravate his
He's working under an injured reserve list.
Anyway,
He's fast thinking on his feet. isn't he?
yeah, right, right. That's okay, we'll get him when he gets back. Anyway, they've endured some really extensive training. They have to, in my classroom, they have to not only be there in the classroom for 8 hours, but they also, like any other school setting, they have to actually go home and study and continue to study. Even after the classroom and OJT, with what I teach, they have been told they need to continually keep that going, due to the fact that not every day do we get an emergency that's going to be on Sunken Bridge Road. So when that call comes in, they have to know where that's located. Yes, we do have mapping software, and everything is technology today, but this here is the best resource. The brain is the best resource that you'll ever find, due to the fact that we have to take into consideration that sometimes those resources, technology-wise, can fail us. So it's been drilled and drilled and drilled. They've been a good group of students, and I think they will attest that they are actually ready for their next tour, which again will be within a week or two when they actually hit the floor
Great.
and deal with those emergency calls.
Well, one thing, like I said, the good thing about it is when you enjoy your workplace and have fun like you're doing, it makes it a great place to work. Atmosphere, be a happy place to be. Ask Penny, she just loves it here.
Don't let that enthusiasm overwhelm us here.
But thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public?
Be a tough act to follow. I said that would be a tough act to follow.
Yeah. All right, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for January the 9th. If there's no modifications or.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? I just have a couple, Tracy, on Gulls, on page one, I guess.
Yeah, on page 1.
Page one. What's the date on that invoice? December? Okay, all right, I just wanted to check. And then, I do see where Adams Landscaping from, on the facility side, gave us an invoice of $423.19. We just got that invoice? Well, we need to make sure that Adams Landscaping knows they can't hold invoices.
He no longer has a contract.
Okay. And actually, facility signed off on it. Well, I've noticed that has been in the past as well. So, one thing, we just got the invoice, but no different, we're no different than the sheriff.
It was just received last week.
All right.
Mr. President, if I may, just 3 real quick things for the council's attention. On page 1, the bottom of page 1, and the top of page 2, you'll see payment to Thomas Somerville for in the amount of $4,827.32. Both of the heat pumps down at Animal Control failed.
These are mini splits though?
They are. And the units that were in place were so old that we could no longer repair them. So we made the decision to replace them with mini splits. So,
They went back to the old health department days.
pardon me?
They went back to the old health department days,
Yes.
because they never worked well.
Yeah. There's also on page 3 a payment to Miller and Anderson for repairs to the boiler at 100 West King Street. For those of you that have been in the basement of 100 West King Street, you'll know what that boiler looks like. I'm not sure how much longer we can repair it.
Well, that's one we've been talking about for about a couple of years now, about trying to come up with some different heating and cooling system for that building.
Right.
Even though we have future plans for it, we'll still always have whole title to it.
Correct. And I'm mentioning that now because as we get into the 2021 budget, we put together our capital building fund budget, we need to keep that in the back of our mind. The only other thing I'd like to bring to your attention is on page 5. Shenandoah Vet Hospital. The very last invoice that is reflected, invoice number 507445. This goes to the point that Council President Copenhaver made. That is an invoice dated 6/19/19. So that is over 6 months old, and we just received that from the Sheriff's Department.
Well, and Shenandoah, it seems like Shenandoah is always late on getting invoices to us.
And we
This isn't the
suspect
first
that's
time.
the case, but I did want to bring that to the
Well, I was gonna bring that up too, the last time, you know, on the invoice for Gauls for the sheriff. I mean, one thing is, did we just get invoice for it, or did they just turn it in? Two different things. We just received the invoice for it, however, we should know what we're purchasing. Right now? So do we not have work orders or something like for Adams Landscaping, that where we say, okay, they're gonna do this, and we know that they done it? No, but you know what I mean, a month, an invoice is coming in 8 months late.
Well, our facilities department, our facilities director should know when Mr. Lang right now is the one that has to approve the mowing of Pikeside and Sportsman's. So we should know when we should be expecting those invoices. In this one was, we went through some changes, if you remember last year, in mowing vendors. So this one just got lost in the transition.
But it's happened in the past from Adams.
It has.
I can remember coming in late. So maybe we need to figure out a way to clean that up. Any other questions on the purchase order?
So, do we know that it wasn't an invoice that he had sent out earlier and never received payment? Whether it came to us or not, and he resent it, or just something?
It was all done via email.
Page 20, you're saying?
Also, you'll see, we're talking about Wake County. There's a payment to Wake County, North Carolina. We need to remove that from the purchase order log. The amount is, thank you, Tracy. The amount is $60. We were given the wrong amount from the prosecuting attorney's office. It was actually, we were originally told 2 subpoenas at $30 each, and ended up being 2 subpoenas at $35 each. So we need to cancel that. We did do a manual purchase order log because they needed to overnight those checks, those payments, which we've already taken care of. So we're requesting that approval of the purchase order log include removal of the Wake County Sheriff's Department payment, because that has been addressed.
All right,
Any separate motion for that?
we do.
Make a motion that we remove the Wade County Sheriff's deposit, request from the purchase.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. But everything,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
there's no internal budget revision, so we have some changes in status. We have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Amanda Solo as a part-time peer recovery coach with an hourly rate of $14.12 effective January 15, 2020. We have a change in status received from Mary Cackley, Director of 911 from Fort Logan Murphy. She will be going from full-time to part-time. Her salary will go from $37,900 annually to $8.60 per hour effective December 31st, 2019. Change in status received from Mary Cackley, Director of 911 for Jordan Flowers. She has been promoted to shift supervisor. Her annual salary will go from $39,795 to $45,190 effective January 16, 2020. Resignation letter received from the prosecuting attorney's office for Benjamin Hiller, effective January 24, 2020. And a letter of resignation received from Central Dispatch for Trevor Hutchinson, effective December 30th, 2019. I was thinking there was a read ahead and a read ahead for another chamber staff.
That's actually Mr. Sias coming in. I'm asking him to report to council to discuss his recommendation.
Okay, we have a approval of minutes for December 19th, 2019. Everyone was present. Any changes or corrections to that? We have a county council will be here in the chambers on 16th at 9:30 a.m. and we will be, the county government will be shut down for Martin Luther King Day on Monday the 20th. Board and commissions, we have fire board here tonight in the chamber at 6:30. 1 p.m. historical landmarks for tomorrow. We have a 2 p.m. LEPC meeting for Monday the 13th, 4 p.m. Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, 5 p.m. Water District, 6 p.m. Airport Authority, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection. Tuesday the 14th, 2 p.m. Central Dispatch Advisory. Wednesday the 15th is a 6 p.m. Solid Waste Authority. Any changes or corrections to boards and commissions? If not, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the consent agenda for Thursday, January the 9th.
All right, motion's been made.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Morning, Mr. Hess. You have a little bit of activity for us today.
Good morning. Yeah, I do. I have a little bit of everything here, one of each, pretty much this week. First thing I have here would be an exoneration. We had, remember back during the Roe case, and we had this one come up at the same time, and it was an exoneration for 5 years because of the tax class mistake. And the council approved 2 years at that time. That was back during when we first got the road thing going. We were going to wait to get something from the courts. So we approved 2 for this Quentin Fogel. And we were holding these other 3 until we heard something from the court. I talked to Norwood about this, and we decided, or he decided, he said, just go ahead and put it on the agenda for today. So we got these 3 that was left over for Quentin Fogel.
In addition to the two.
Yes. Yeah, we've already done the other 2, and it's finished, and he's got credit for them. But we just have these 3 left over for you all to decide on this morning. And it was for the tax years.
14, 15, and 16.
Yes. And the total amount of that was $7,945 for these 3.
And Mr. Benton, you're in agreement with this?
I am.
All right. Entertain a motion on the 3 real estate tax exonerations due to officer.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Good, thank you. I do have a couple, actually 6 personal property exonerations we had to correct this past week for different reasons. They all total up to $1,705.67.
Entertain a motion on 7 personal tax
6,
exonerations. 6 personal tax exonerations due to officer.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the 6 personal tax exoneration due to officer in the amount of
$1,705.67.
Motion's been made,
Second.
seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Good, thank you. I do have one exoneration. It's for a Jacob Shank, and this is a taxpayer error. he said his vehicle got repoed and, but he still put it on the returns, that we put it on the tax rolls, and, but it was a taxpayer error. So just,
Yeah, the form said officer.
on my sheet says taxpayer.
Right, all the way to the right. All the way to the right.
I see what you're saying.
But it was taxpayer.
It was taxpayer error. I don't know why she put that in there. No, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, no, it's a taxpayer error. It's just one for $181.60.
I entertain a motion on the
Okay.
one, taxpayer
Taxpayer
error for
error.
personal property tax. I guess.
Mr. President, I move we accept the exoneration for the taxpayer error for Jacob Shank.
Second,
The motion's been made. Do I have a second?
second.
Seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Everyone that opposes,
Yeah, aye, nay.
motion fails.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, I do have, we have a divorce, they recommended, or they asked if we would split the bill so they could get two separate bills. And I want to bring it to your attention this morning for John G. Towns and a Stacy Thompson.
Larry, on the total apportionment, it has 2005 home trailer, 180 class 3. When you when you split it, you call it a 2005 car-mate trailer, 300 class 3.
One got one, one got the other.
Well, but it's labeled one thing on one sheet and something else on another sheet.
There's, both of them are there.
No,
Got two car-mate
Car mate's
trailers.
listed twice.
He's got two
Oh.
car-mate trailers
yeah, instead of a
Oh,
home
oh,
trailer.
and not a home trailer.
I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
No, the total assessed values should be correct. I will check on that and
So
just make
basically,
sure that it is correct, but
so basically we can make the motion to include the dollar amount. Necessarily be like,
yeah, that could be a typo there.
Yeah,
Yeah, could be a typo.
Well,
But the
I'm-
total assessed value was 26,145. And we split that up, John, Towns got, two vehicles at a total assessed value of $8,490. She got the other four with a total of $18,045. So we just split that up, but I'll check that to make sure that there's not a problem with that.
Mr. President, I'll move to accept the apportionment of assessment of taxes for the final divorce.
Second.
motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Good, thank you. Last thing I have is an application for consolidation for Eric Mayhood, and she had 5 parcels. We put them together so she could get one tax bill. So,
Entertain a motion on the consolidation of property.
So move.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
very good,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
All right, we have board meeting reports. Mr. Barnard.
I had no meetings this week.
Ms. Malt.
I've had a couple meetings, one of which is landmarks. We're working on Friday to finish up the budget and work on the bylaws and things to update that and introduce a new organization. Then Roundhouse, I had a couple meetings, one for events. We've got our tickets for the Celtic Ladies, the raffle for the Irish Festival. I was on Channel 25 and they asked me about any events from the Roundhouse, and I talked about the Irish Festival and also antique fire truck event. So we've got a lot of things rolling right at the moment. One of the things when doing the budget with all the different numbers, last year to this year, we've had almost 2,000 more people in the Roundhouse. So that'll be coming in when you have the budget with all the numbers. So I knew that was a lot, but when we started pulling all the numbers, it was significant. Good and bad. The reason I left here a second ago, I never take a phone call, but it was the Department of Highways from the people handling the bathroom bid. And we're now Ready? It's October 29th is when all this happened. They're putting out the bid today. Finally,
Putting out the award, you mean?
they awarded the bid today. That was the call that I just got, because we've been hounding them about doing that, so we wanted a phone call.
Did they give you who did?
Yeah, I don't have that name up. It's the group in Pennsylvania. One bid. But it's been a touch and go, and so it's been interesting. So that was finally taken care of today, and so there's more to come as far as all the different things between budget meetings and all the other stuff that's going on. And then Saturday at 10 o'clock at the Martinsburg City Fire Hall, the county and the city fire companies are getting together. We're getting together for the antique fire show. So things are coming. It's just there's enough for me to go around. Thank you.
All right. Whitaker.
Yes, sir. Monday. Or Tuesday, I was on
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, WRM.
Yep, this Tuesday. Yep, I was on WEPM first, but real good conversations about the county and happened and continued going on. And on Monday, I did have a planning commission meeting.
You know where you are now?
I do.
What day is it?
I'm still struggling from last week.
Last week got confused, got the wrong day.
Yeah. But anyway, we had 2 public hearings, and our deputy legal director presented a process that he's going to be helping out at his office in designing a new regulations or implementation of engineering drawings. A separate document that will be basically more than one profile that you could pick from, depends on the plan that you want to use. So,
One of the things I thought I was working on was the lengthy process of stations. Ever get time? No, this was a while back. This was before Andy got. And he was bringing recording.
oh, when it comes to final plat approval and the ability to approve or getting the final stamp from our office to approve the final plat approval, there was discussion on that and where we're going to have the first public hearing versus the second public hearing, because once all that is complete, final stamp of the final plat approval is automatically then. But yeah, we're working on that. Yep. It's we've got a good legal director, assistant legal director over there that before he gets doused with the water hose, fire hose, helping us move through those processes.
Good.
Yep.
Mr. Dale, you
At a development authority meeting, we ended, one of the, of course, the finances, all those things went over that, but we also had a tenant move out and left a breach of contract, basically said they weren't going to pay us anymore because they weren't going to occupy the facility and they have a current lease. So we're in the process of trying to figure out how we're going to liquidate everything that's in there, because it looks, everything that they did is brand new. They remodeled the 5,000 square foot building and never occupied it, and now we have to liquidate that and go through the process. So that was kind of the highlight there of the meeting. The
property has been a good investment.
Well, the fortunate thing is when we did the calculations for the purchase of the property, that was a vacant space at that time. And the calculation supported the purchase without that space being rented. Matter of fact, it showed a significant profit for the development authority with that vacancy. So we'll still make money. We're just not going to make that chunk until. But the good thing is the property, that part of it does show a lot better because it's all been remodeled.
All right, Tony.
That's it.
I don't have anything to report on at this time. Any activity on reappointments or anything?
Yes, sir. I'd like to reappoint Danielle Johnson to the Martinsburg Berkeley County Convention Center for a second 2-year term.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Like, the next thing we have is Deb Nichols for the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority exoneration for the month of November. Good morning. I was watching you come into the room, looking at Paula's, it's hard to keep up with all this hair stuff going on.
Oh, well, that's our prerogative, I guess. Okay, yes, these are for November 2019. We have 29 exonerations, are all for discharge of debtor, 1,700.
All right, need a motion on the 29 exoneration for the month of November.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Next on our agenda is Heather Williams, Planning Director, Airport Zoning Ordinance. Heather?
Morning. I have packets I'd like to share with each of you, if I may.
Just so everyone knows, this isn't a public hearing, you just bring it to our attention and
That's
bring
correct.
it forward.
This is information, it's just kind of to start the process within the county.
Right. So what I have given to you is a full set of the documents that are ready to move forward with your direction. The first item is the 2004 airport ordinance that was adopted at that time. To just give you a refresher on the overlay map that we're currently enforcing, the black and white overlay without aerial imagery or parcel data in the background. It also has some roads that are a bit outdated and other information that we were hoping to update with this new ordinance adoption. Attached to that is the actual ordinance itself from 2004.
So the second group of papers is 2004 ordinance, right?
The overlay stapled to the ordinance is the 2004, yes. The next packet is the draft. What was included in the read-ahead contained all of the red lines from our Planning Commission reviews and revisions. This is the clean version that would be shared with the public if you decide to move forward with our next steps. The next document in the packet is the report, including an update from myself. This is one of the requirements from state code, and that's a detailed summary of what activities have occurred since the last time I brought this before you. Many of those items were summarized on my one-page memo that was included in the read-ahead for this week. And then the last item is the reference to West Virginia State Code and adoption of a zoning ordinance. And again, that's just for reference to show that we've completed all the tasks that need to be completed up to this point. We came before you with public hearings in August of last year, and this would be our revisit with public hearings again because we've made changes.
Okay.
So that's all there for you to reference as we approach.
All right, so you gave us plenty of reading material.
Yes, but ultimately, all of this is going to be online accessible, so we don't have to make more copies. But I know it's difficult in a short time frame to guide you to all those places on the website. So each of these will be available on the website as well.
Quick verbal rundown of the major changes from 2004.
Okay. Within this ordinance, we were able to include changes that within the language, it reflects the current West Virginia Chapter 8A requirements. The ordinance title was changed to include each of the zones that we would be monitoring for height, sound, and runway protection.
So the protection zone's getting larger.
The runway protection zone is getting larger, the sound is smaller, and the height zone is unchanged. When we came before you in August, we had an option of 3 sound overlays, or 3 overlays. One had the maxed out sound zones. One had the minimal one that you see here, and then the third option had no sound. So this is the smallest sound overlay recommended by Delta. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm listening.
The definitions were pulled out of the body of the document and placed within the definitions article to allow us to see the actual enforcement pieces in their own sections. Permissible use tables were added. The non-conforming existing uses maintained or destroyed requirements were separated out from the abandoned requirements. That was one of the requests at our last public hearing. And the overlay map has been enhanced. So if you look at the back 5 pages of your draft ordinance, I gave you color copies of those overlays, and when they are accessed on the website, you can zoom in. It doesn't have parcel lines, but you're able to zoom into your property with an aerial image and be able to see exactly where the overlay falls within your individual property.
The overlay, Heather, appears actually to extend beyond our county lines. How does that work from the legal counsel's standpoint?
You mean beyond that?
The red line is the height zone, and that's, it's extending so far because that's their approach zone.
I understand that, I mean, but it appears like it's beyond the Berkeley County boundary itself. Is that right?
Yes.
Probably is.
I mean, it's going extended into Jefferson County, it's extended into, so do they, how's that work? Do they acknowledge that?
The county
Yeah.
acknowledge, I don't think it's necessary for the county to. It's a federal
Okay. So,
thing, they're directed.
Federal
They're required.
FAA.
That's different than the RPZ.
okay.
The RPZ is a protection zone
It's just
on the
their
ground. That's
Zone where
a-
they start.
Okay.
Whenever you come in inclement weather, there is an outer marker, middle marker, and inner marker. And each one designates on the dashboard in the airplane. It says you have to be at this height, at this marker. That requires items in that area not to
So this isn't affecting any property, it's affecting the people flying the plane.
pretty much that, well, it could affect the property if somebody so choose to build a tower
Right.
within that zone.
Hundreds
for
of
that.
feet high.
Yeah.
It'd have to be a big tower.
Yeah, I mean, right now, down, if you go to the outer marker, outside of Van Cleesville, or right there off of Rocky Point, that there is an outer marker there. Right beside the outer marker is a cell tower that protrudes, I don't know, 200 foot. And so that does not fall into that height restriction.
Okay.
It's accepted.
And if you remember when we replaced the 911 tower, like a couple of years ago, we
Yeah.
were restricted about how high we could go up with that tower because of the 8 requirements. Or where 802 is.
Okay. That answers my question. Anybody else have any questions for Heather at this time?
The planning commission did have the appropriate public hearings. They did vote to adopt or to advance the draft of the ordinance to the county council on December the 2nd. So it's now in the council's hands to
We go through
to
the
decide.
process of public hearings as
You
well.
would be required, or the council would be required to do at least 2 public. Take any action on the ordinance.
Sounds good. Anybody have questions for Heather?
The airport representatives were there at the meeting, weren't they?
I don't remember if they were at the planning commission meeting. I did receive feedback from Neil on the
They
most
were
recent
presented
draft.
with the information.
Mhm.
Neil and Nick, well, Nick came in a little bit later, but Neil was presented.
And I think that they were present.
In the audience, not as a member.
Right.
We do have
Right.
Nick as a member.
Right.
All right.
As the council knows, we're in the budgets. Budget hearings are scheduled 2 weeks. So schedules are filling up quickly. Is it the consensus of the council to schedule the public hearings on this ordinance? Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a quick break and come back.
On schedule is the ordinance.
All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Tim Zaya, Community Corrections Director, Recovery Service Coordinator, recommendation. How you doing, Tim?
Good morning, Tim.
As you know, I was asked to oversee the Operations Recovery Resource Center after started some months back. My pleasure to do that. As I've had some time to spend at the Recovery Resource Center and wrap my arms around the operation down there, it became clear that I could not provide the day-to-day attention to that department that it needs for the overall operation. It's a busy place. So several weeks ago, we did an internal posting for recovery services coordinator, someone to provide some supervision there and see the daily operation of the resource center. We had one applicant. It just so happens that applicant was the most ideal candidate. I've had an opportunity now to work closely with Stephanie for several months, and she's the right person for that job. She is networked in Berkeley County. She is very familiar and has a great relationship with all the agencies in the county that are involved in similar efforts, recovery efforts. She's respected, organized. I've been nothing but impressed with her professionalism, her work ethic. If someone comes into the resource center and has a question about anything recovery oriented, even programs throughout the state, Stephanie knows the answer to those questions.
She's probably one of the best in the state.
Absolutely,
Not the best.
absolutely. She has relationships with darn near all of the inpatient programs, the tox programs. She knows contacts. She gets people into programs quickly and efficient. She oversees the peer recovery coach, the volunteer peer recovery coach network. She does the trainings, and, stays in touch with all those folks, and anytime there's a recovery oriented need, fills it. So it's my pleasure to recommend her counsel for that position.
Who would she answer to?
Yes, sir.
Tim.
Well, you're looking at each other like.
No, it's Tim. We have the
Tim's the
umbrella.
director.
Yeah.
Tim is the director. We now have a home confinement supervisor that oversees home confinement. Have someone that, in Tim's absence, because he is spread pretty thin, provides supervision to the DRC. This would be the final piece for recovery.
Do they have one budget or several?
Well, home confinement is a separate budget. DRC is a separate budget. We're coming in, as I mentioned, I think a couple weeks ago, because of the number of grant-funded positions that we have, and just as a point of reference, Stephanie is currently in a grant-funded position. We've been notified that the grant that funds her current salary will not be renewed, and that expires early next fiscal year. So she would be moving into this position, which would be funded through the general fund, and no additional allocation is needed because we're just, for all intent and purposes, backfilling a position that Kevin had held.
Right.
We will, as much as possible, get reimbursement, and some of the grants that we have will allow, or did allow, some reimbursement of Kevin's expenses. So we will continue to, as the council's aware, continue to seek grants that helps us with the funding of these positions. But we are, department account number 800 is currently the health department. 801 is currently our mental hygiene transport budget. We're proposing as part of next year's budget that 802, under the chart of accounts, is listed as other health agencies. We hope to designate that, or hope the council will approve designation of that as our recovery services budget. only because we have so many positions and so many expenses flowing through 401 right now. It actually, for all intent purposes, looks like the council has this huge budget, which you don't.
Right.
Because many of the supplies, many of the publications that we order during the course of the year for recovery services is reimbursable. So it's a flow through account. So we're proposing that for next fiscal year effective July 1st, that 802 be designated as a recovery services department so that we can actually designate that as a call center so we can track our expenses.
Actually, core part of 401 saved the money.
It has.
Over the last 8 years. Right now, it's probably balanced out or slightly higher than what it was 8 years ago.
But when you look at
when we take out everybody, like
even with recovery services, we haven't substantially increases the operating expenses for 401 because it's a lot of it's flow through. We have to pay. For example, we may have $4,000 worth of brochures and publications. We know that there may not be money in supplies and materials to cover that, but we know that pretty quickly we'll get reimbursement. So we'll spend down that particular line item, and then as soon as the reimbursement comes in from the grant, we allocate it back there. So your operating expenses in 401 really hasn't changed much over the years. Your personnel budget has increased substantially because of all the grant funded positions. Because if you remember, we started with Mr. Knowles in early 2016. He was the only employee assigned to that. Now we have.
That wasn't a grant funded.
That was not grant funded. Now we have Stephanie in a full-time care recovery coach, but we're getting ready to add.
Right now, there's 3 full-time, 1 part-time employee assigned to the Recovery Resource Center. We're about to hire 3 more full-time. Maybe 6 full-time, 1 part-time.
But the good thing about it is we had the conversation a couple weeks ago. All those positions, or majority of those positions,
They're grant funded.
100%
they're
are
grant funded, which is actually giving us the opportunity to prove to the judicial side of the government that, you know, recovery is better than incarceration. So at the end of the day, according to our savings on the bail bill, even with the expansion on the recovery service side, we're saving the taxpayers money.
Lots of money.
Yeah.
Well, there's an argument that could be easily made that even if we didn't get reimbursement on grants, we're saving a lot of money.
Absolutely.
And I think we didn't we get like 25% of Kevin's reimbursement too?
And and we've you know, as you see the increase in the number of personnel, it has to do with error grants and the pilot project we have with WB for the outreach program. The council has approved the project aware.
It's another CARA.
Which is another CARA
There's also
grant.
the
So,
HHR grant.
and Tim and I met every day. I don't know what they do, but he's my first appointment of the day. We're amazed, and it's a good thing, but the agencies that know the reputation that Tim and the county has, needing charge and recovery services, that have agencies coming to us and say, hey, we've got some money, we'd really like to give it to you because we know you use it, right? So we're being approached with grant funds that we've not even requested, which I was going to say it makes Tim pull his hair out trying to keep track of everything, but that.
Is that why y'all start the meeting?
Yeah, that's why we meet
first
first.
thing?
Yeah, we try to get Gary in there, but sometimes the glare's too much. We can't be.
Don't leave out Scott back there.
So Tim's efforts and the council's efforts, you know, everything that we put in place since early 2016 and spending off the DRC in August of 16. You think about it, it hasn't even been 4 years yet. And have. We went down to you know, December 23rd incident, and I told him to 802 on Monday. There was no room in either the front or the back parking lot, parking along the access road. To 802 participants that of the DRC, which is a lot different than years ago.
Right. Oh, it's huge.
You could have, if you're a participant, you could have been in the car.
Right.
All right, well, let's get back to Stephanie. I think that the choice of Stephanie, recovery supervisor. She's done an excellent job since she's been here. It's very well. I will accept your recommendation. So,
Do you need a motion?
we do need a motion.
Mr. President, I move to engage the services of Stephanie Stout for the position of Recovery Services Coordinator, with no change to her current salary until July 1st, 2020.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. The thing we got from Metro News about the Appalachian. And it talks about some of the great things that they're doing there. Are we included in that, or is that not in our hood?
What's it called?
The Appalachian Regional National Association of Counties held, and it was in Charleston.
We would be a part of that, I'm sure, but I guess there's good and bad on that. There's
Okay.
a lot of talk about how
That's more good
much we're
parts.
doing at a national level. Fortunately, some people don't know what we're doing. So,
We've gotten some ARC funding in the past, but it's been limited.
So I just saw that it was advertised.
I think what Ms. Mock's talking about, there's several counties that are being recognized for all the good thing they're doing on the addiction side, and Berkeley County was not one of those.
That's where I was going.
Right, so,
Maybe.
yeah, Shelley Moore's off, or Shelley Moore was one of them. After was at the meeting. Mercer County being recognized.
Right, great plug.
Yeah.
It could be just a total different region of that,
Could be.
because even like the Haida down there is a different region of Haida than we deal with here.
Yeah,
It could be. It
It could be a different area. I just brought it up as something I just saw.
All right,
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you. Next on our agenda, we had an interview for David McCauley. See anybody here? So next would be, it actually says the Honorable Sheriff Curtis Keller in my read ahead and Chief Deputy Scott Wilson. Chief, you here by yourself today? Are you here by yourself today? Well, we are a little bit early, but, we don't have, I guess we can do Alan Davis real quick for the,
How fast can you run, Alan? He just walked out the door.
Let's all sing a song.
Let me go let him know he's done.
Let's sing the 12 weeks of instruction.
Oh, his old man's pretty slick, isn't he?
I was gonna get Chad, I'm gonna go get Chad to line you four up and take a photo.
Let's see, that's, as long as he doesn't use flash, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, Alan Davis, County Administrator, IRS 2020 mileage rate.
Yes, sir. As this council is aware, we typically follow, for purposes of mileage reimbursement, the rate set by the Internal Revenue Service. Over the course of the years, it's been very cyclical. Sometimes it increases, sometimes it decreases. On December 30th, the December 31st, the IRS did publish their 2020 mileage reimbursement rate. They're actually, for whatever reason, decreasing it by half a cent. The 2019 mileage reimbursement rate was 58 cents a mile. Beginning January 1st, 2020, the mileage reimbursement rate has decreased to 57.5 cents a mile. So it's my recommendation that, as we have in the past, we follow the mileage reimbursement rate as established by the Internal Revenue.
On the mileage rate for 2020.
Move to accept the IRS mileage decrease to 7.57
57.5 cents.
per mile, effective January 1, 2020.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, chief, let's go.
You said four. I see three. Who was the fourth person?
Tim,
Oh, okay.
we'll line all four of you up.
Well, I think Mr. Davis has the corner on that mark. I still have a little bit on the side.
I was gonna say, you probably have more than any of us, but I think you're good.
Gary's close.
You can't have brains in airboat.
That's
Sir,
terrible.
please don't set me up like
That's
that.
terrible.
We'll leave that alone. Hope everybody had a good holiday.
There's the sheriff.
Okay. The original request to appear today was to discuss about the purchasing of 2 vehicles for the K-9. If you don't mind, I'd like to start with those, and then I see those other things put on the letter to the council. We can discuss those next. If I can start with that. The sheriff has decided he'd like to purchase 2 new vehicles for the K-9s. More room and more efficiency in using an SUV versus a sedan for the K-9 handlers. The sheriff has said that he would be willing to take that money out of his gun fund to purchase those vehicles. So it would be nothing coming from the budget, from the standard budget would come out of the gun fund. We would pay for that. I'd asked Mr. Wine for his assistance in order to write the RFP, to make sure we do it correctly and everything. So that was the first, and the original request was that we could come before you and say, hey, we'd like to purchase these 2 vehicles. Sheriff has the money in his gun fund. He would use that to purchase and pay for the vehicles and the equipment. We just want to make sure we was all on the same page.
I guess the only thing, chief and sheriff, is if that's gonna take place, I know we recently just had one of the vehicles totaled, one of the newer, I think it was 2015. So are we looking, we're not looking to expand the fleet, we're looking to possibly for you to buy those out of your gun fund, put them in the fleet, so is this meaning that we're not gonna, can't replace the one that was total? In other words, if they have a sedan now, that's gonna be shifted down?
We hadn't considered that, sir. It would be a lot to look at there because we would have to have that vehicle completely cleaned. We'd have to have the seat and everything put back into it because, to the best of my knowledge, when that seat was taken out, it was never kept. The whole back of the cruise of the sedans was completely redone and a K9 type cage was put in there. So,
What year are those?
sir, we have, let's see. Well, that, we got rid of that. We have 2012 Dodge Chargers and a 2015 Ford Taurus. What we would be looking there would be getting rid of the 2 Chargers and keeping the 2015 Ford. That would be our spare K-9 vehicle, and if we are ever able to get back to our 3rd K-9 officer, it would go to that officer. So we would not be increasing fleet size. That is correct, sir. We would not increase the fleet size. This would be a replacement. We get 2 vehicles
Get rid
in.
of 2012.
Yes, sir. We'll be giving up 2 2012s. There is one thing we probably come back and ask later. The reserves do have a K-9 that they use to go out for search and rescue. They don't have a K-9 type vehicle. If we take one of the 2012s off and one of them has right at 70,000 miles, that might be a consideration to
They have
go
some
to that.
old vehicles that they would like to update possibly too, right?
The reserves you're talking about? Yes, sir, that is correct.
Their fleet is pretty old.
It is, yes, sir. So there's considerations here possibly that way. But again, anything we take from K-9, we would have to look as, I don't know of anything over in the sheriff's office, and I've looked in our storage areas over, I don't see any of the seats. So I don't know what happened to those seats and all the stuff in the back of those
I guess
cars.
the biggest thing is, chief and the sheriff, is just long enough. I mean, I'm not giving you approval to move forward. I'm planning on taking under consideration today, we'll probably take action next week, but, one of the most important things is that we're not growing our fleet. We'll work very hard on trying to get that fleet down.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate that. We worked together on that. Got the fleet updated and it's price, cost of $5 million to do that throughout the county, not just the sheriff's department.
No, we are not looking to grow the fleet. As a matter of fact, our current fleet, the way it sits on the sheriff's office side, is we have enough vehicles for each deputy, and we have 3 spare vehicles. That's all we have. And that's when we have one set aside for each shift. That way, if they have one that goes down, or there's regular maintenance or something, we need to replace it, the shift can take care of that. Other than that, we don't have any, because we've reduced it from what we did in 2017 to current day.
Okay, all right.
So the first request is that the council give favorable consideration. We want to take the money from his gun fund and purchase 2 SUVs for the canines, bring them up to date and give them more room for their equipment and their animals. And again, there would be no funding costs coming out of the normal budget.
Anybody have any questions for the chief or the sheriff on that?
Will you pay for all the outfitting too?
Yes, sir.
The marking and the cages?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He actually already said that.
okay.
And in fact, we've already talked with Mr. Wine, the canine officers give me the stuff for the cages, the equipment, and everything he needs that. So once we get the approval, we'll start with the RFP.
This is kind of off base a little bit. It has to do with the canines. I was thinking one of the things, I thought about this. I know it's preferred to be the state police's job to patrol 81 rather than your old department. But if we are on 81, would that not be a good spot for a canine? Walk around a vehicle and get pulled over or something?
The use of the canine for any type of traffic stop, but especially Interstate 81, the rules have become so tight. Yes, it is a good place. We like to do some interdiction work. We've not been able to do that to this point in time. The officers do know when they're out there, when they initially make a stop, they feel there's something to go ahead and call for canine right there, because what the law or the court rulings have been is once you make that stop, let's say you've made a stop, you go up, you talk to the person, and you're ready to issue the citation. You can call for a canine officer then, but if they don't get there before you conclude the normal proceedings, you have to let them go. You can't keep them. Used to be, they would keep them and ask them, say, hey, would you remain? And you can't do that anymore, because now they're saying that the stop is unreasonable and you took too much time. So we just recently, just as effective 1 January, have made some changes with canine. Deputy Chris Merson is now taking the dog from Lieutenant Trent Heckman, because Lieutenant Heckman is now in charge of our CID. So Deputy Merson was very, very much active before. He's already working hard now to get back to that again. You'll see a lot more stops based on him. He did an extreme amount of forfeitures for the department before. Deputy Dobson's coming along pretty good. He's doing a lot more. His shift has been asking for him a lot on traffic stops. So we're starting to use it more. Yes, sir. Using them out on the interstate, we will do that.
Deputy Dobson is a canine unit now?
Yes, Deputy Dobson took, when Deputy Merson, the canine was taken originally from him, he took over his canine.
Okay.
Now that Lieutenant Heckman's moved into CID, we've transferred his dog to Deputy Merson, so we have both dogs back operational on the 2 shifts. So yes, we will use them on 81.
Those dogs are young dogs or medium age anyway. They're not-
I know Brom is, that's 5 years of age. That's the one that Merson now has. And Pete, that's one Dobson has. I want to say he's 3. Yeah, he's just a little bit younger than the others. So.
Probably, right?
And they normally, 8 years is usually what you get out of a dog before you have to consider.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the 5-year-old's probably starting to go on the other, over the hill starting, isn't it? I mean, that's,
He's reaching his peak spot.
Right.
Yes, sir.
He's out of the puppy
Yes.
stage.
He's definitely out of the puppy stage. He hasn't bit Merson yet, but the month's not out. He
You don't like pet too much.
he's very strong-willed. It's been interesting to watch the training so far. So,
Where do you do
Merson
that?
said he hasn't been bit yet, but it'll happen.
Where do you do that training?
The training they're doing right now, their reorientation is local. They're doing that, but we train on a continuous basis with Winchester Police Department.
Okay.
We work with them quite frequently. That we go up there, and then we usually do training up there for about a month, maybe 2 months, and then they'll come down here and do training. So and then they do their certifications.
Okay. All right. So there's several items. So this.
There was a letter sent to the council from Mr. Davis in reference to vehicles, and we've had vehicle accidents. Excuse me, sorry. We've had 13 vehicle accidents in 2019. And in fact, I just sat down with the accident review board here just a month ago, and we was going over the accidents. In the 13 accidents that we've had, there were 4 accidents that we can say there was no fault of the individual driver. themselves. Deer strikes, those are no fault of the driver generally on occasion. We've had 2 incidents where there was improper backing. We've had an incident of improper turning. We had one, we would say it was failure to maintain control. 2 deputies setting a traffic light. The one reaches over, he's not paying attention, actually. His foot comes off the brake, the car drifts back into the cruiser sitting behind it. Minimal damage, but it was damage, it was an accident. In the 13 accidents we've had what we consider 3 major accidents. One was a failure to reduce speed, one was a failure to stop and caused a rear-end collision, and one was failure to yield right away, where the deputy pulled out of a parking lot into oncoming traffic and caused a collision there. Those are the 3 main accidents. Looking back at trends, over 2019, there's no specific trends that we can do any training with. The 3 major accidents were 3 total different things. All the others were small. The backing, that's probably the only trend I can say that we noticed in 2019 was when people back or they make a turn. In the one case, the person was in the parking lot of a restaurant. He's pulling out of his space, he cut his turn, and he cut it too tight, hit the concrete barrier around the light pole. So to say what action we're taking, we do take the disciplinary actions, but I haven't developed a trend or haven't determined a trend that we can provide any specific training for. In 2017, Mr. Davis recommended to the sheriff and myself about getting the insurance company involved because they do some training. In 2017 and 2018, I touched base and I spoke with, and I don't have the gentleman's name in front of me, I apologize, from WV Corps. They have a training simulator that they use, and they have brought it here before. And both times I spoke with them, I asked to set training up in the fall of those years. Neither time have they come back to us and set up a time. So I'll be honest with you, I moved forward. I made contact with them a couple of times. We planned for training in the months of August and September of those 2 years. For whatever reason, I don't know why they didn't call back. They forgot, they couldn't make it happen. I don't know. So we have not done nothing with the insurance company as far as that goes. But other training, there's nothing available for improper backing or turning. Most driving courses are for handling high speeds, driving in those kind of conditions. And at this point in time, I have 3 accidents over the course of 2019, and only one of those was high speed. The other 2 weren't. So I don't have a trend to work with. So
I guess one of the questions from me, Chief and Sheriff, would be, as we said, we're working really hard. We've got our fleet where we need to be, right? And we're looking to try to keep it that way. So my only question or statement would be, I hope we're holding people accountable when they do things that are unnecessary. I understand there's a certain process or certain amount of the accident is going to happen in your field, but at the same time, the only thing that I hope we're asking and doing is holding people accountable for their actions.
Sir?
Because it's not, I mean, there's been some situations over the years, I think prior to your taking your election, Sheriff, that there was multiple actions from the same deputy that kept getting new cars, right? So,
yes, sir.
So to me, if I was in a position that I seen somebody doing something that was unacceptable, that person would get one of the oldest vehicles I have.
Sir, so that you know, in 2018, we developed an accident review board based upon senior officers of the department. Any accident goes before them, and they look at it and see what actions to take. Since the accident review board was put into place, we've done 2 suspensions on officers for improper driving procedures. We had to suspend it for about a period of time for about 7 months because it came a question about Garrity rights, and we had to make sure that we weren't violating Garrity rights when it comes to disciplinary actions. And we resolved that and come back to it. The accidents I was talking about for 2019, these are the forms. We've already reviewed all 2019s and we're ready to move forward. And in these cases, there are 7 of these that will require some form of disciplinary action that will be administered by the end of this month. So yes, sir, we are holding accountable. With the changes that we just had with these guys that deployed militarily, we have vehicles, some of the newer vehicles, that are not being used. So we have realigned all of those vehicles and reassigned them to put them on the road for people to use. And we have taken into consideration those people, driving habits, if they've been guilty of things, they don't get the newer vehicles. We'll give them a vehicle, but what you're trying to say is, I understand, we have incentives, you know, when you ride in these cars 24/7, you like to have something nice and new to have. Well, if you can't take care of what we give you, then we have to look at other directions. So we have taken that into consideration too, when we did the assignments, and we made 11 reassignments just yesterday. So yes, sir, we are taking that into consideration.
Chief, is there I thought I had heard once about a distracted drivers training where there was a training for distracted drivers, and the reason the reason I say that is with the positions that these guys have, there's a lot of different things that they have to have on their mind all the time.
Yes, sir.
And so with that plan, I mean, maybe that could be part of the cause for some of the simpler ones where you know, take your foot off the brake because obviously you're not thinking about as focused as you should be on the task behind the wheel. And
That's a term of training I hadn't heard, but I'll research that and see what I can find on that. Yes, sir. Be glad to do that. The only training around here locally that I know of was BSR offered training, but most of that dealt with your high-speed pursuits or your emergency driving. I will look this up and see if I can find something. Yes, sir. And I will talk again with the insurance company. Maybe they have something.
And it might have been through an insurance company that I heard it. It might have been in something we were going through in our business. I'm not sure, but I heard something about one, and it's probably been a year ago when I heard it. So I don't know if that's an option or not, but
I know West Virginia Courts talked about it in their simulator, and I'll get with them about seeing what dates are available, and I'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
Or I'll have him get in touch with you for sure. But I think they do that in that simulator. They'll distract the driver.
That might be the one that you're thinking of then, because I did talk with them twice, and I wish I had the guy's name in front of me, but we tried to set it up in the fall of the year.
There is a
because we wanted to do it right after the budget, because I knew it would have the money and overtime if I needed to spend overtime for the training, and they never got back to me either time.
yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what caused their accidents. I mean, I'm just guessing that if you have those little ones, that might play into the effect, or might at least help them.
The academy, they put every deputy through EVOC training, emergency vehicle operations. The purpose of that is to prepare them for what they might run into, just like the distracted, what you're saying. You can't guarantee you'll ever see it. May never happen, may happen to you every day, but you get the training to be prepared for it. And it's prudent upon us from the management level to make sure that there is training available to get that. So yes, sir, I understand.
Right, and I'll get Alan and Gary to develop a spreadsheet to help me out a little bit too. That what I'm thinking real quick is how many vehicles do we have in our fleet, which is 100 some, right?
Yes, sir. We're updating that list now because we're putting a renewal application together for the risk pool.
Right.
So I think my Fleet Complete shows, I think it's 105 vehicles right now total for the county.
105. You all have probably 60 some.
75.
75. So you take the portion, the amount of vehicles that's to the sheriff department. That's not counting animal control, right? Whereas,
The 75 does, no, there's 5 in animal control, so it would be 80 total.
right.
Yes.
So you know, just so you know what I'm thinking about is the amount of vehicles versus the amount of vehicles that entire government, county government. Mileage is being put on the vehicle, right? It may not be as gloomy as it looks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I understand.
So
This distracted driving that Mr. Doyle, you make comment, it might be a good thing if we look together with this with the insurance company, if they do have that, bring it in for all the county employees. Because really, when you look at it, out of 105 vehicles that's in Fleet Complete, 80 of them are ours, so there's only 25 more agencies that actually have vehicles. It might be a good idea to get them up there for a week. We do everybody at one time.
so
There's an online driving distracted course that talks about the cell phone use and all this other stuff. As far as it's about multitasking, any legal ramification because you've got your computers in there, state and federal laws, and real life driving scenarios.
Did you just put that in as distracted driving, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Online distracted driving course.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The last issue that I would have to discuss with you then was the vehicle that Deputy Shockey had driven, and it had been totaled. And we'd asked for a replacement. Mr. Davis had sent a letter out saying that we don't have the money in the 2019-2020 budget for that. What I would ask you all to consider is for the 2020-21 budget. And the reason why I say that is, again, we have 4 that are currently deployed militarily. 3 of them won't be back until October, November of next year. Wouldn't have need for that vehicle until approximately that time frame. So if we could consider in the 2021 budget replacing that vehicle, that would help us.
Already thought about that.
That's all I have. I think that covers the issues that the letters Mr. Davis had sent to the council, and that covers our request for the 2 vehicles, the K-9 that we would purchase out of our fund.
And the reason I thought about that, and I basically thought about that as you're talking, one of the things that we did when we set our budget was we budgeted for 2 vehicles to replace our vehicles and keep a rolling fleet. But we didn't allocate anything for accidents that would total vehicles. So to me, we need to adjust that because that's gonna happen with 105 vehicles.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Sheriff and Chief, I know we had another vehicle incident on New Year Day.
Yes, sir, just shortly after midnight.
And that vehicle's in pretty bad shape too.
Well,
I mean, I've
I
heard.
talked with Mr. Lyons this morning. Body wise, I don't know that it's real bad, but
Okay.
it's a 2015 airbag.
Okay.
Generally, what we run into is if you have, medium damage, I would say, when you have the airbags, I don't know where the insurance company's gonna go with it. We're concerned they might total.
We have 2015. So just as we go through budget, keep in the back of your mind that we may have enough.
Yeah, that vehicle, and we have looked at that, we have pulled the videos and looked at that. And just so the council knows, that was a vehicle, that night we was in pursuit of a suspect vehicle. The suspect vehicle struck another vehicle that was on the interstate, and unfortunately it resulted in the death of the driver of the other vehicle. That was of no fault of our deputy. Our deputy was back at a reasonable distance. Had slowed his speed down when he seen the accident occurred and moved to the left-hand lane to try to stay away from the debris and everything. But the suspect vehicle, when it struck the victim's vehicle, then it shot backwards straight across the interstate. Our deputy kept moving to the left as far as he could until finally got to the point he was at the concrete barrier there at the exit 13. And then the suspect vehicle struck our vehicle and drove it into the concrete barrier. So there was damage to the front end of the vehicle. If it wasn't for the airbags, I wonder if it would be repairable because it doesn't look like there's any major damage to it. The airbags always seems to be a big issue because of the cost of that. So I don't know. 2015 with 45, 46.
Statistics say
Uh,
they'll come on the site.
2020 didn't start out like we wanted it to, by no means. That was
Tell your mind didn't mean
yes, that was an unavoidable incident all the way around. We did everything we could. But when you watch the video, you can see the deputy going to the far left and keeping to the left, and all of a sudden you see the vehicle on the right side. Just no getting away. So,
Of course, he may have insurance too on his car. I mean, we may be able to get that money back.
neutral 1.5.
All right, well,
That's all I have.
thank you.
Thank you.
You'll know
Move
something about
forward on the K-9 car.
I'll let you know next week. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
To me, right now, Sheriff, it looks favorable. All right, looks favorable to me. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we do like for the last 5 or 7 years, how many totals that we, something like that to come up with? Yeah. And then, but,
Under the dashboard for this one.
just so that we can come up with an average on that, so that when we are budgeting, we can have that figure.
Okay, items from the public before we go into executive session for legal matters. All right, need a motion to go into executive session for legal matters.
So moved.
We are in executive session.
Mr. President, we may have to take a short.
Yeah, we can.
I need about 3 minutes.
back in open session out of executive session. Is there any action to be taken?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to the effect of the MOU that expired on 13th of, or 1st of March 2019. We created, when did we create it? A couple months ago? We created an MOU. August. In August, we created an MOU with the council's approval to submit to the fire departments and the fire board. And at current date, we have 2 fire departments that have signed it, and the fire board has approved it as well. So with that happening, we started a process to discuss with the remaining 3 fire departments, and started with Hedgesville. I have had conversations with Hedgesville and went back and forth. They seem to think that our MOU should be structured totally different than what we came up with. We've looked at it. We believe there's the way that they want to add is redundant.
The one that they presented to us?
They want us to change ours and make ours redundant. And we believe that the best structure is the one that we presented them. And so,
Cleaner?
What's that?
More clean.
It's a clean, it goes right to the point. It doesn't add in all the possible scenarios that could ever happen, but we believe it's in the best interest of the county at this point.
Usually when a scenario has arisen, we've always addressed it.
Well,
and that's the redundant part of what they're saying.
And you're exactly right.
Okay.
They're with conversations, they didn't have any time that it wasn't resolved, but they just wanted to add things. Matter of fact, some of the things they wanted to add, they didn't even know why they were in there. So with all that being said, we have a letter drafted from legal counsel that is basically saying that we are going to keep the current MOU that we presented. We would like for them to sign that, and if they don't, under law, legislative rule, I believe, we are required to have that in place in order to have staff there, paid staff there. So my motion would be to have Mr. Davis send a letter with our signatures to Hedgesville Fire Department requesting that they sign the MOU we presented them at this time.
Yeah, addition on the motion? If not, look for a second.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, that's what my comment to it. So should have waited until the motion was second, so I could have discussed it.
No,
I didn't mean to do
we
that.
always do that. We're fine. It's additional discussion is always what I say. I think the only other thing that I want to add in part of the letter is that if the MOU isn't executed, then we will have no recourse other than to reallocate professional staff somewhere else. So, all that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries 5-0. All right, Mr. Barnard, if you do the pleasure.
Mr. President, I'll move to recess.
We are recessed.
Recess. Recess. I don't really get a recess. I gotta go work.
I actually don't know.
I have